Carl, can you make your way to the front, please? Good evening. Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you need Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here with her team to assist.
Buenas tardes. Quisiera anunciar que tenemos servicios de interpretación al español esta tarde y si necesita ayuda, por favor, hágame saber a mí o a mi colega.
Thank you, Lupita. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments for board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or informational only item, the board will hear from staff, provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and a vote if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard under item 6, and we will hear public comments on closed session items under item 9 before going into closed session. To help organize public comment using this system, if you wish to provide public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and provide it to Michelle next to Sharon. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to calling for the public comment portion of an agenda item. I call this meeting to order at 5:32 p.m. and would like to establish a quorum by a roll call vote. And just to note for the record, Seabury will not be here till approximately 6:30 p.m.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar is absent. Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Present.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the removal of consent calendar item 4J.
I will second that.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Carl, do you mind leading us on the Pledge of Allegiance? Item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the ACT and the CSEA. We'll start with Lisa Brazil from the CSEA.
Hello, everyone. I want to start by thanking you, all of you, teachers, staff, board, for a wonderful year. CSEA was able to accomplish a great deal working with CUSD admin this year, and we're grateful for the collaborative relationship that we've been able to develop with the CUSD administrative team and for the district support of the classified staff. I don't like the microphone. I also want to wish everybody a very restful summer vacation. Hopefully you have a chance to rejuvenate and come back in the fall ready to lead our students through another year of their development. So before I move on to some happier news, I wanted to bring something to the attention of the board, and Elizabeth, you can join me if you'd like to. I would like to ask for your further support. So CSEA will shortly begin a letter writing campaign to address the disparity in treatment of teachers and classified staff by the Montage Foundation. So you might be aware that the Montage Foundation recently mailed every teacher in the county who's listed on the teacher salary schedule a $1,000 check. No other educators, meaning classified staff, administrators, preschool teachers, other people on different salary schedules were included in this grant program. The fact that this foundation does not understand that all of us are educators is insulting. And I invite you to join us in our campaign to right this wrong. So I will be forwarding each of you a boilerplate email and a list of people at the Montage Foundation, at the Monterey County Foundation, and at the MCOE to help us in making sure that our community understands that unequal treatment is not tolerable. So check your emails tomorrow. It will be there by the end of the day. So on a happier note, I would like to invite Ryan Martin up to the microphone. So they say education is a family business, and this is very, very true for Ryan Martin. Ryan was raised by two educators. At 2 years old, he spent every day having lunch at River School in his father's second grade classroom. That sounds so cute and so sweet. Later, when his mom began teaching at middle school, Ryan spent every sick day, and his brothers, every sick day in her classroom because she couldn't miss teaching. So you had to be sick in the classroom with all the high school students or the middle school students. When Ryan finished college, he began as a substitute teacher here at CUSD, and I can personally attest to the fact that the students and teachers loved him because he subbed at my school. He then, during COVID, ran a COVID cohort and came to school every day to work with our students in his cohort. After that, he briefly moved to Goleta, which we will not hold against him, but he worked there as an instructional aide and worked with students with disabilities. In 2022, he returned to CUSD to fill the classified role of technical assistant, providing EL support and after-school programming, which he continues to do right now. Ryan has education in his blood and in his heart. Beginning July 1st, Ryan will join the ranks of Carmel teachers as he begins teaching the 4th, 5th grade combo class at Captain Cooper. It's rare that not too rare, but pretty rare that you get somebody to move from the classified into the teachers union. So I have something for Ryan to remind him that he began his educational career as a classified staff.
And I have something for Ryan too, to welcome him to our teaching staff.
Thank you guys. Congratulations. Thank you. It's now when I got the phone call the other day from Jerry, I was holding it together, and directly after, my mom and my dad, they dropped their dog off for me to dog sit, and I had told them the news, and we collectively cried together. It's been one of my dreams to work in this district 7 years ago. When I wanted to be an educator, I knew that this is where I wanted to be, and I had to go down to Goleta to acquire the experience that I needed to end up in this district. So that included being a therapist, working in a therapeutic education environment for kids with behavioral disabilities, and my ELD experience was just kind of the cherry on top to acquiring the necessary things that I need to work in this district to be successful. And I want to thank all of you guys for this opportunity, and getting emotional, so I'm going to hang it up and just say thank you guys, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
Congratulations, Ryan. Now's the time for reports from our ACT president, Elizabeth Marsh. Do you have anything to add? She does not have a report for tonight. So moving on to agenda item 3, superintendent report. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meetings schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
Good evening. The end of the school year was extremely busy as usual. I spent the past week attending promotions and graduations where Carmel Unified students were honored and celebrated for all of their efforts with their academics, community service, school service, and overall humanity. I saw happy children, elated parents, and proud teachers. Every ceremony from Carmelo, which has our youngest students, to Valley High, emphasized the kindness and future potential of students. in our district. We are not a perfect district, but we have a lot more strengths than what the public seems to perceive. Additionally, in response to some questions that have come my way, I would like to address a recent study conducted in the community about the feasibility of voters in the district potentially supporting a facility's general obligation bond. In June 2019, the district completed a multi-year journey to create a facilities master plan. Shortly after, in the 1920 school year, the district embarked on a conversation of whether to seek support from the community for a bond. Unfortunately, just days after the results from that feasibility study were presented, the district and the world were shut down as a result of COVID-19. In order to have the most current information available from which to make both budgetary and programmatic decisions moving forward, we re-engaged with the same firm to conduct a new study to assess whether we should pursue a conversation about a bond with the district and the community and the board. As of this moment, we are taking steps to compile the necessary information to present to the board to determine whether we can, should, or want to pursue a bond now or in the near future. As a district, we have a duty to think about the future and how we're going to sustain tomorrow's students. As we think about our current facilities as they stand today, it is clear that we have to think about whether we are in a position to provide our students the best educational experiences we know we can provide. Whether we move forward or not is clearly a decision for this board, and my team and I will provide the board the necessary data and analysis to reach a conclusion that they believe is best for our district. So with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you, Sharon. Agenda item 4 is the consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the vote unless any member of the board requests specific items to be removed for discussion. One item was removed, and that is item J, Independent Contract Service Agreement, Dennis Wolliver Kelly, Attorneys at Law. So that is not bundled into this. The board will now open for public comment for item 4, consent calendar, starting with number.
It was pulled.
What's that?
It was pulled.
What was?
Go ahead.
Yes, I mentioned that item J was pulled. And so we can have comments from number 1, Michelle Rittermel.
Hello. I am actually commenting on the agenda item from the consent calendar that was pulled. And I still want to go ahead and make my comment on that now. That is what I specifically came for. Again, that's agenda item number 4J, consent calendar, independent contractor service agreement, Dennis Wolliver Kelly, Attorneys at Law. We'd like to have this item pulled for discussion from the consent calendar. I'm glad it has been done. This is an agenda item up for your approval tonight that would approve Dennis Wolliver Kelly, Attorneys at Law, as Carmel School District's legal counsel for this upcoming school year for a cost of $600,000. This is the law firm that started representing our Carmel School District 2 years ago. In the first year, in 2022, their contract fee was approved at a cost of $600,000, but then it was amended so the law firm would be paid $950,000 for that year, just short of $1 million. The second year, which ends this month, seems to have remained at the $600,000 original contracted cost. This is the firm that was hired during Superintendent Ted Knight's tenure. It is also under this law firm's legal advice that Carmel Unified paid Ted Knight $770,000 to stop working here. The reason we would like this agenda item discussed is because constituents and families in this district have questioned the legal advice of this law firm and if their counsel has been in the best interest of our district. Good legal advice is very important to good school district operations. Not only do we pay them a large fee, but their legal advice could be the difference in if our district gets involved in lawsuits in the first place. And if involved in lawsuits, it could be a large monetary difference for lawsuit payouts. Given the importance of the law firm the district selects, and given the large legal activity and payouts of the last 2 years, the public would like to know the process for renewing Dennis Wolliver Kelly Attorneys at Law's contract. Was renewing their contract discussed? What were the points of that discussion? What were the considerations for renewing? Or is this just some automatic process? What would have to happen for a legal firm not to be renewed by us? Does Carmel Unified do a performance review or evaluation of the law firm before continuing their contract with us? Did we think they did a good job? Do you think we've been getting good legal advice? We are hoping the school board and superintendent will address these comments and these questions, since it would be beneficial to the public's understanding of the legal firm selection. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 2, Fran Dellard.
Thank you for mentioning the DWK thing. I actually think they're breaking a bylaw, 9124. That was going to be my other comment, but you did pull it, so I do think you should still address it. My comment is specifically for the contract for EMC research. Sharon, it's kind of surprising that you are mentioning and being transparent to the public that you did deploy a survey to try to test messaging to sway voters to say yes to $190 million raising in bonds, which would be approximately $13 million annually that would be billed to all homeowners as taxes. Would you have brought that up if I did not send you multiple emails with no response from you? So is it a nudge and a comment from the community that's actually watching the agenda items that you were transparent tonight? Also kind of really strange, you are approving the contract tonight, but that's post the deployment. Is that standard procedure that you deploy something, the community finds out about it, then you put it on the agenda, then you mention it, and then you don't bring it as part of raising awareness? So why wasn't the bond measure discussed, socialized, or put on agenda prior to the survey? The top line does say the initial top line results were available June 7th, so you actually know what the results on. You could have put them on the agenda today just as clearly as you made a comment in the public, but you haven't. The timeline does say that you will be presenting the results at a board meeting on June 26th. Since that date is not a standard board meeting, I'm assuming that's a special meeting that you're going to do, which is a standard procedure that you guys have consistently done that cannot be recorded and is not shared publicly. You indicated that you actually have a strategic plan before COVID. Gosh, that must be pretty outdated if you haven't noticed the world, inflation, and the economy has dramatically changed in a post-COVID environment. Wouldn't it be time to actually update a facilities master plan? Isn't that something that's done on a consistent basis? Also, you mentioned how bad the facilities are in shape. I think the LCAP does state something in terms of how the facilities are measured, and I think that we got at least a B+. So really kind of interesting that the bond measure is being raised at the same time that legal fees are being also raised for approval. I agree the $600K contract was raised, but I do agree that I think the dollars on a yearly basis are more than $1 million. But we have asked for that total. You guys will not give us that total. You make us go into the monthly accounts and try to measure it up ourselves. So once again, lack of transparency, lack of communication, no community engagement. So either you're not apt or you're doing this consistently to be covert. So
I'd like to make one clarification. The June 26th meeting that was just mentioned is not a special meeting. It's a regularly scheduled board meeting that's been calendarized and approved by the Board of Education.
No, we don't. We pulled it.
During a couple of months when we do a lot of budget meetings, we will have 2 meetings a month, and this happens to be one of them.
Thank you for your comments. May I receive a motion to approve item 4, consent calendar, with the exception of item J?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar with the removal of item 4J.
And we'll bring it back. Right.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5A, Public hearing, 2021 to 2024 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP update, and 2024 to 2027 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
On behalf of the Board of Education, I'll open up public hearing to solicit comments, feedback, and/or recommendations on the 2024 to 2027 Local Control and Accountability Plan. The board will now hear a presentation from Superintendent Sharon Offit.
All right, good evening. So this is a high-level overview of the 24 to 27 LCAP plan. Just as a review, we have a slide here that shows what the LCAP is, which is a 3-year, it's a plan that is required for every school district to have, and it's required to be updated every 3 years. So it's a 3-year cycle. However, I want to really explain that it is very possible to change actions underneath each of the goals that are established in a plan. If, for example, you'll hear me speak later tonight about actions that have been completed. If they get completed in year 1 or year 2 of a plan, you can change those actions. But typically, we have goals with actions that take a little bit more than a year to complete. And so the idea is to have worthy goals and actions that lead to change in data over time. It doesn't always happen, but that's the point of the 3-year cycle, to have an opportunity for changes to take foot and garner some traction and be evidenced in the data in terms of the results that we see. So with that being said, it's also important to identify that the LCAP is designed specifically to target foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. It is not the whole district, although goals and actions in the LCAP typically are beneficial to all students. So you'll see that here when we go to the 3 goals of the LCAP. In conversations and in input and in working with stakeholders, our goals are remaining the same for the next 3-year cycle. Goal 1 really is around academics, preparing students for their futures in the world once they leave us. Goal 2 really is connected to mental health and wellness, happiness, working with students to make sure that they have good well-being. And then in goal 3, which is really important for a district like ours in particular that has a really steady and committed long-term veteran teacher population, is to focus on high-quality professional learning opportunities for those teachers so that we don't stagnate. So those 3 goals definitely stand the test of time, and they did in terms of our efforts this year as well. So what I'll do is go through and talk about the different actions. So we do see some changes in actions here. Identify and utilize common assessments, screeners, and/or benchmark assessments for instruction and intervention. That is a goal that we are carrying over, or an action under that goal that we are carrying over. If you recall, last year we talked about a tool, like a technology tool that helps everyone to be able to look at data more easily, and the tool that the district had previously purchased was not being utilized. So we ceased the contract for that tool, and we explored new tools this year, and we came up with a new tool which will be able to also create really easy dashboards for everyone to access, and for folks to even be able to do a little bit of clicking around. For example, I'll give one example. Once it's loaded in, you'll see it, but it is, if you're interested only in River School or only in the high school, you can click that, or you can have it reflect, the dashboard reflect all the schools. So we did arrive at a tool that we think is going to be really beneficial to our teachers and our administrators in terms of using data in their as a part of their routine practice. So that goal was held over with that change. A response to intervention staffing has been working really well. The data does show that this year's students made tremendous gains, and we are maintaining that goal because that provides targeted instruction for students who are significantly behind in their learning. Summer programs for low-income students is staying in. So that is a program that we have specifically for our outerlying areas. Down actually this past week at Captain Cooper, they had a program that is funded through this program. And then out in Kashawa, we have a 3-week program coming up later this summer that we've had for multiple summers that would be funded through this program. The previous LCAP, just to highlight a change, had something about extended learning opportunities, but we received separate monies for that require the inclusion and invitation of our unduplicated pupils, which are the students that are also targeted in the LCAP, and it seemed a bit redundant, so we pulled it out. We already have the funds set aside for that purpose. And we receive those funds from the state. We can add it back in if we want to, but it is being addressed in a different form of funding. English learner supports are maintained. Their initial description was more around the elementary level of supports. This time we have added some information in that addresses the high school students, because our elementary program is in good shape, but our students moving into the high school need a little bit more support based on what the data reveals. So we also get newcomers to our community who are older. They're not all in elementary school, and we want to be able to support those newcomers who come to our district. So that while it's in there as the same header, the emphasis is more broad and more inclusive of all the grade levels and all the students. Part-time community liaison, there was tremendous support for that, and so we have maintained that. And what we've added in, which is a requirement across the board, actually is related to one of the dashboard ratings or indicators for mathematics. Students with disabilities specifically earned a red square, or a red was reported as red, meaning of tremendous concern for middle school mathematics students with disabilities. So we have a targeted action for that around instructional materials for intervention. So this particular year we'll review what materials they're using and what materials might be available that might have a better and more positive impact on improved student performance and achievement. And that's a good example of one that might change in a year from now, because we might accomplish that goal, and in a year from now that goal might go away and turn into something else. That would also still target those students. But it is a requirement across the board to have any red indicator at either a district or site level addressed in your LCAP, and that is a site level in red box that we are required to address. You'll see it later on in a different goal as well being addressed. And finally, from tremendous parent and student feedback and input, in particular from our parent communities in some of our outerlying areas, they really, really would like after-school academic support. So in this particular year, we targeted Captain Cooper and Carmel High School. We did have some support at Captain Cooper, but we will maintain it here for under this goal, and we will add in Carmel High School. And I've already had conversations with the principal around how that might look. We can look at expanding it. There is a tremendous interest in having that kind of targeted support after school available for kids. But we'll start small and grow it based on success, hopefully. So that's Goal 1 with the newly proposed actions. Goal 2, which is, as I describe up there, wellness, right? So we have this, academic support or high quality teaching and learning. Then we have wellness. Under wellness, we have wellness and social emotional programs and supports. That's a carryover as well from the previous plan, and along with mental health services. Those two actions under this goal to accomplish this goal really do go hand in hand. That is basically our wellness centers and all the support that they provide. And we continue to see a need for student support in the areas of mental health and wellness. So we have kept those in our plan. We've added in, however, and this is huge, we've added in a healthy school attendance culture because, as I said earlier, we are required to put actions in our plan that address any red box at either the district or site level. And if you look at the dashboard, we have a red box for virtually every single student group in chronic absenteeism. It is the only indicator in which our school district actually is not better than the state average. So we really have some work to do, and that work has already started and is being spearheaded by our student services department and working with our sites to create school attendance and review teams and a healthy attendance campaign and all kinds of other approaches to working with families and students and the schools. And I will say that when the data was presented and feedback was solicited, a lot of parents shared that they really truly didn't understand how not sending their kids to school impacted the district, or just making that connection. So doing some outreach and doing some customized outreach as well, which is what that SART team would do. And then this was also an additional goal, additional action under this goal, which can go under this goal, but it can also go under, it could potentially go under goal 1. I chose to put it under goal 2 because I think it is about students' perception of themselves as students and their ability to be able to attend college if they choose to. But what we've created is a position or a reorganization of positions, however the high school chooses to address this, but to create a space with a targeted intention for first generation students to have a guidance counselor providing information and support to them and their families about their options post high school. What is it that it takes? If you're from a family that doesn't have that experience or exposure, then sometimes it's hard to get it. And if you have someone who is paying attention to that specific situation that we have several families and students in, then they can get targeted help and support. For example, in several of our sessions, even the kids, when I went to some of the classrooms, they said they wanted more one-on-one sessions to understand what their options are when they're done at Carmel High School. They wanted more help with filling out financial aid forms, etc. So those kids don't have that we can't guarantee that they have that available to them at home from their parents, because their parents may not have gone to school in this country or may not have, their first generation. So they would be the first in their families to go to college if that's their choice. So having some portion of a guidance counselor dedicated to those specific needs of a sector of our students is really important. So we're going to try that. So that's new for Carmel Unified School District, but we're going to try it. And it's in response to input and feedback and requests. Goal 3, professional learning. So we maintain the actions in this goal, professional learning, instructional strategies, and student supports, as we have for quite some time. Multisensory structured literacy training we are carrying over from the previous plan as well. We are very close to having many of our teachers trained. We actually are doing a week-long training this week, and then we have a bunch of folks who are going to complete it either later this summer virtually or in the fall. They've already signed up, so we're looking forward to that and having a full body of elementary staff who are trained in literacy instruction, so that we can have our students reading at or above grade level. It's really critical based on research to make sure that we are addressing student reading levels, because the data suggests that if you are not reading at or above grade level upon completion of third grade, your trajectory is a little bit more challenged. And in some instances, considerably challenged. So we really want to help our teachers to provide the interventions they need or provide the instruction they need up front. And then if kids make it beyond third grade, we want our fourth and fifth grade teachers also to have skills to help remediate and support in a very immediate kind of what we call tier 1 manner, meaning in the classroom without being pulled out. Differentiated mathematics instruction is another area. That's a new action under here, which is connected back to that very first action that I talked about that was created for the middle school mathematics red box. This is, so not only are we going to look at the materials, but we're going to look at providing professional learning opportunities for our staff to learn potentially differentiated mathematics instruction. So sending them to workshops and professional learning opportunities that target working with engaging students in math classrooms. So those are the shifts or the changes. What we had in here, by the way, was vertical articulation, and we removed that. Number one, it's really hard between elementary and middle school with the differing schedules. So we do have that scheduled for one of our minimum day professional learning days next year already. But the middle school and the high school have really worked well together for next year to have department meetings on the same Thursday so that their teachers can do that. So it's not that it won't be addressed. They did it quite a bit this year without a cost associated to it. And the two principals have worked together very well to make sure that that opportunity is maintained for next year as well. So, hello. It's not going. Can you advance it? Thank you. All right, so we'll bring this LCAP back for adoption on June 26th. Oh, I'll have to fix that typo there. Sorry about that. And there is a submission to the MCOE for approval. Once the board adopts the plan, I would like to say I've already sent it off to the Monterey County Special Education Local Plan Area, the SELPA, which is also a requirement to have their our SELPA director read it and review it and approve it. And we actually received that today, where it says that in accordance with Education Code 52062, the superintendent of Carmel Unified School District consulted with Kenyon Hopkins, the special education local plan area administrator, to determine the specific actions for individuals with exceptional needs. Will be included in the local plan, and it goes on, and it basically says that it has been received and it's been approved, and he's already signed it. So that's we're partway there. And it is important to note that I have been consulting with the Monterey County Office of Education support team over in Salinas with those two folks who do, well, it's more than two, but two who do really support us with both data and review of our plan and consultation. So it's been a great partnership this year. I think that's it. So I think we're done. That's what our plan will be moving forward.
Thank you, Sharon. The board did not receive any requests for public comments on this item, so we'll now open this up to the board, starting with anybody who wants to go first.
I'll go first. Sharon, thank you for all your hard work on the LCAP. I have two comments and one question. First and foremost, I'd like to specifically thank you for calling out who the target audience for the LCAP is, because I do think that is oftentimes something that may not be completely understood by the public. Although you mentioned that the goals and the outcomes and the actions of the plan do affect all of our students, it is important to realize who the LCAP is really targeted at. So thank you for explaining that. I also would like to thank you and the others to come up with the goal, or I'm sorry, the action to include the first generation counselor. I think that is fantastic, and I'm looking forward to hearing how that goes and what type of traction that gets, because I think that is an amazing service that we can offer our students. So thank you for including that. And then I just had a quick question for you. Can you give us a little bit more insight into your meetings with the outerlying parts of the district? Because I know you didn't create this plan in a vacuum. And so I know there was a lot of feedback and a lot of time spent, talking to different constituents in different parts of our district. So if you could please just give us a little bit of detail on that.
Yeah. So we went out to, what's really important is to get input from the folks who are targeted in this plan. And based on the years of the many years I've created these types of plans, or this LCAP, depending on, it doesn't matter what district, it is oftentimes when you have meetings, the communities that are targeted in this plan aren't necessarily those who show up. So I've learned over time, obviously, that you have to, if you go to them, they will come. So I have been down, we've held these meetings at school sites with interpretation every time. I've relied heavily on our community outreach liaison. That's part of her role, and she's been very supportive in calling families, asking parents to show up, providing interpretation in real time. So we have the system that we have here. If people come, we bring that with us, and we get all of the information from our families. So in the very beginning, it sounds a little bit like a presentation, like here's a slide deck and here's what an LCAP is and here's what a cycle of improvement looks like, and here are our goals and actions. Here's what it looks like for you at this school. Here's what it looks like for you. And families come from all the different levels. They're just we held them at Cooper and Tular, but families from all the different levels definitely have come. Otherwise, there's definitely people who are like, I need help with the financial aid form. So we got feedback. We provide childcare, we provide dinner, we provide information. I shared the data. It takes a little bit of time. And then you go back because people need time to think about it and think about what might be, because it's a lot to take in if it's new to you. And also if you're hearing it in a different language. So we went back several times and received input, and that's where we land.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And I will also add that in addition to our families, it's really important to have our administrators working on this, because without them, these things aren't going to happen. So we spent quite a bit of time in administrative council meetings and principals meetings talking about goals, or talking about what the data says and what are the goals you think, what actions can we take that would address the gaps. And it's not easy, because it requires also changing what we're doing, and people like to do what they know.
I've got just a couple quick ones. Regarding the first generation counselor, is that a full-time position?
No.
How is this structured?
It would be part of someone's time.
There, okay. Yeah, because
and it's open for, it's conversation
No.
with the high school principal at this time, but it is not necessarily a full-time job.
No, I wouldn't, yeah. I was just looking at the way it was presented.
Mm-hmm.
We already have 3 counselors. We should be able to squeeze that into one of those assignments, I would think. The other one I have is on the attendance, parent level of attendance versus the number of students and parents that could be there. About what percentage actually come? Just a ballpark. Do half of them come?
So it's about chronic absenteeism, which is defined as more than 10% of the school year. So it's really hard post-pandemic to determine why kids aren't coming to school, because kids definitely get sick, and we've gotten better as
Not the students.
I understand.
Yeah.
As a society, we've gotten better about keeping our kids home in general, because that's what that's an impact from COVID. But when it comes to chronic absenteeism, it is a rate that we're up in the 20-something percentile, depends on the student group, but we have a lot of kids who miss more than 20% of the school day.
Well,
I mean,
my-
of the school
Yeah,
year.
my question was really more about parent attendance at the meetings.
But this is the chronic absenteeism rate is around students, and what we've put in is to hold parent information meetings so they can learn about it. That's part of the action.
Carl, are you asking about how many people attend the
Well,
LCAP
I'm looking at
meetings?
the percentage of parents that are actually engaged. That you must,
Oh,
there must be a
at the
certain percentage
meetings.
that don't bother with this, that have kids that are involved. So I'm just wondering if we're really reaching the full audience of parents that should be
So I
contributing
think it
to the-
depends on the meetings. Some meetings had packed rooms, and some meetings, depending on the time of the year, did not.
Okay.
Just depends. We had to reschedule one because of the road closure, right? So,
Mhm.
and that last one was probably not as well attended because it was later. But it just depends. Routinely, we definitely have parents who came to all of the meetings
Mhm.
in some instances. But it just depends on what's going on and whether they can be there or not. They definitely are coming
Yeah.
though.
Well, it's a targeted audience of
Mhm.
students, and so I would like to think that we would get a high level of engagement, and I'm just curious if that is happening. That was really the question. Parent
The parents
engagement.
so it depends on how, right? We went many times and some had
Mhm.
more attendance than others. And I will say that when you provide childcare, you provide dinner, and you provide translation,
Okay.
people are having conversations. And in many instances, at some point I sit down and we sit in a circle and we just have a conversation. And then you get more.
Well, I'm happy to hear about the enticements, because I think they're important.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for all the details. I really appreciate that. I just wanted to point out to those people who are listening and sitting here in the audience, California Dashboard is actually something that you can download onto your phone, and you can check the schools, not only this school, but you can check all the schools throughout the state of California, and it goes back several years. You can see over different subject matter. It really has a lot of detail to it, so I'm just going to put out a plug for that. If you're an education nerd like I am, and is interested in what's going on, you can pull it up. It's actually a very interactive website, and I like going and playing and saying, "Oh, you're from such and such a school. Let's see what your scores are looking like." And yeah, what can I say? It's a little game I play. Goal number 3, the high quality professional learning. To help them in meeting the district's academic and social. What does that look like? Just are you talking about off-site, conferences? I was just wondering what that looks like.
It's
Somebody
a
coming in.
combination of things. One, I'll tell you a great example is we survey the 2 years I've been here. We've surveyed the staff about what they want to do in terms of their learning for the Summer Institute, and then we go and we find really viable presenters to meet the interests of our staff. So yesterday and the day before, in fact, we had Summer Institute, where the sessions were designed specifically for around the feedback we received from the teachers who expressed interest in attending. So we do that survey and then we design around it. So in that instance, it's very catered to what they are interested in learning. And we will look at the feedback, because there is a feedback survey at the end of that. And like I said, they just ended yesterday. And we have week-long sessions this week as well, like I said, for the multisensory literacy instruction. So they'll have an opportunity to share their feedback at the end of this week. But that's one of the things that we definitely tie to this, because we try and make it about student engagement in the classroom or social emotional learning, and provide offerings and opportunities there. We did this year also include an administrator strand, which had like sessions targeted to their needs as administrators, so that they had something to look forward to as well. In our district, there's several administrators who have said in the last several years, they just haven't engaged in professional learning, and they're more interested in engaging in professional learning moving forward. And so we're trying to really support that as well. That falls under that too, right? As our administrators are engaging in professional learning, they can help the teachers also be engaged in professional learning. And it just depends. And then also, like, for example, we are working with having, we did inclusive practices this year. It was the entire district on the first day of professional learning back in August. The entire district came together at the high school, and we had presentations with breakout sessions for inclusive practices. Everybody can benefit from that. So it kind of varies. There's also people who, like the high school took a team of people to a really phenomenal conference for high schools called Learning Forward in oh my gosh, I think it's November, December timeframe. So it just depends. It's a combination.
Okay. I'm assuming it's going to be all data driven to be able to say, you know, we're going to do this rather than just some teacher wanting to learn some off the wall topic and it having nothing to do with student need. So I'm assuming it's
Well, everyone has to submit a request. So
Okay. All right.
there is a form that
Question
they do
answered.
have to ask.
Thank you. Thank you.
We don't get too much of that though.
Captain Cooper, this week I've had some input from community members who are talking about it, and they're like, I don't know when the program is, and they can't seem to find it on the website where it's located. So I was just wondering if we can make it more bolded, highlighted, you know, neon signs, something to say, you know,
You mean the Week of Wonder that we're doing this week?
Yeah, the Week of Wonder down at Cooper, and then when it's going to be in Kashawa. I talked to some kids up there. I talked to some parents, and they were like, I have no idea when it is. That doesn't mean that it's not there somewhere. It's just maybe it needs some kind of a neon sign saying, here it is. This is when it is. Just so we can have more participation in that. So I think it's very much needed. And in terms of the dashboard that you were talking about for the academic support and the adjusted actions goal, number 1, is that going to be located on our website as well and sort of interactive?
Yeah, well, that's my dream. I believe we will be able to have a forward-facing, public-facing element. It will not be 100% forward-facing because, for example, Captain Cooper doesn't have a large enough population to do that.
Okay.
Carmel Valley High School does not have a large enough population to do that, right? And you cannot share student data. We struggle with this all the time. When I did present the dashboard, for example, I presented the whole district. And I presented high-level school sites, but those schools weren't included, right? We do get data for those schools, but the populations are small, and you're not allowed to share publicly data that would potentially make a student identifiable. Right. So yes, that's the goal, and also understanding that we have restraints that we have to work within to protect students from their data being made available publicly like that.
Okay.
But like a great thing about it in terms of goal 2 action 3, which is related to attendance, like the whole district attendance would be very public. But you might not be able to isolate those smaller schools.
Right.
So
I know that the attendance across the board is an interesting situation. I'm just going to, I know I've reached out to you and told you this, but I'm going to put it out to the public. Jessica Hull, who was here, went up to Roseville, and she had an outreach to her entire district, and she just got accolades from CSBA that she went and shared why it's important to the student, you know, to the parents, why it's important for them, what the outcomes are if you don't attend school on a regular basis, and making it a priority. And she had a great turnaround, and it was very well received, at least by CSBA. She said her parent base had a hard time with it, and they got a little testy about, you know, that they were being called out on the carpet, but they, their numbers are getting much, much better. Healthy school attendance culture goes beyond the LCAP students. Oh, first generation counselor. You talked about college. Are you going to be including career in that as well?
Mhm. That's part of that. It's around what are the options for post high school, basically post secondary. It was very clear from students. I went and met with some Big Sur and Kashawa students, and they very much wanted to know more. So we're responding to the input we received directly from our students
Right.
with that action. I hope it works out. I hope that the high school can find a way to make that happen. And again, why not try and see what we can do? But a first generation counselor can make the difference for kids in terms of how they see themselves as a student or the options available to them, and that the doors aren't closed. There's a lot of possibility and opportunity and available to them.
Okay. And the last question that I had was related to literacy. You had spoken about making sure that the students are, literate. But I want to make sure that it's pointed out that a lot of the students come in, not only are they not literate in English, they're oftentimes not literate in their own language. Just because they came here so early on that they were trying to learn a language and maintain what they knew about their old language or their original language. And it really is beneficial, especially for careers-wise, if they can maintain that goal of trying to be literate in both languages. And I was just going to put that one out there, especially since we're speaking about LCAP students. And I think that was it. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Thank
and
you.
I really appreciate the extended information. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple quick questions. The first generation counselor, is that service only available to unduplicated students, or will there be other students they will be the first generation in their family to attend college?
It should be everyone who's a first generation student, first to go to college in their families or pursue trade school or
okay.
whatever else it is.
Further education. And then my other question stems from a breakout room that I was in today in a training. They talked about one district did one LCAP meeting a year and one district did 12 a year. How many do we do in our small district? And these were some big districts, like 10, 12,000 students.
So we probably, we'd have to look it up, but it's all in the LCAP. There's a page specifically dedicated where the dates are listed. I would say we did 25 meetings. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You don't have to look it up. I'll look it up later. But I'm just curious about how we measured up against some of the Bay Area districts that also are in the middle of the same thing.
24, 25.
Okay.
And I actually forgot to put one in there, so 26.
All right. If there's no further questions, on behalf of the Board of Education, I will now close this hearing. And since this was an information item only, there will be no motion required to proceed. Moving on to agenda item 5B, public hearing 2024 to 2025 fiscal year proposed budget. On behalf of the Board of Education, I will open up public hearing to solicit comments, feedback, and/or recommendations regarding the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. The board will now hear a presentation from Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Thank you. And before I begin talking about our budget for fiscal year 24-25, I was reflecting as I was listening to Ms. Ofek's presentation on the LCAP and couldn't help reflect and honor and celebrate her expansive experience as a proven educational leader. Someone who has dedicated, I think approximately, I might be aging you here, approximately 30 years of her life fostering the learning of countless students in several communities, including CUSD. So I want to thank you publicly for your leadership and know that there are some hard knocks that we have to take sometimes, but we always must reflect on the mission of our district, which the mission of our district of Carmel Unified is to exist to cultivate learning, and Sharon is a leader in doing that, and so thank you. And that you can't talk about the budget without talking about what are the educational goals, and so she did a really fine job in segueing into that, and so the budget will reflect those goals that you see in the LCAP. and not just the LCAP goals, but it's the financial picture of everything that we do to support the educational process. And of course, there's the educational process and there's the business side of it. And they both have to go hand in hand for this organization to work well, but the focus is on learning and for our students. So tonight, I will go over the fiscal year 24-25 budget. You'll have a comparison to the 23-24 estimated actuals. Those numbers will change. We will close the books during the months of July and August and present unaudited actuals in September. So we are required to provide a public hearing on the budget and then to also adopt the budget at a subsequent meeting. So that is the regularly scheduled second meeting in June. We have the public hearing and then we adopt the budget at the second meeting in June. So here's our high-level overview that you're becoming used to seeing. Estimated actuals are in columns I, J, and K, and the reason this is important and the state requires us to do this is because it gives us a financial picture of we're almost to the end of the year when we're preparing estimated actuals, and so we're required to put that into the SACS reports, and then we have our projected budget for the following year. The budget is prepared a year in advance, and so it is a point in time based on the best information that we have available from different advisors and sources of documentation that we look at. So you can see on column I, J, and K estimated actuals there that we have that we're estimating that we would have additional revenues coming into the district of $82 million uncombined. And if you look at just rows 11, 12, and 13, this is your high-level, broad overview of what's happening. And so on column I, you can see that we had 62 million of sources available after we have to take those contributions that we send to other funds and other purposes. And then we had 61.5 million we're estimating in expenditures, and so there's a net increase or decrease of 970,000. So there's actually an increase of 970,000 for estimated actuals. I believe that will still improve by the time we close the books. And less transfers to the facilities are 387, so we have a net increase or decrease in fund balance estimated of 582,000. Looking at the budget side in columns M, N, and O, we can see that we are estimating that we'll have 76.6 million in revenue on the unrestricted side, 7 million in restricted, for a combined revenue of 83.8 million. We have to immediately send plan for contributions to special ed of 7.6, contributions to routine repair and maintenance required by the state of almost 2.5 million, and transfers to our other funds that we support for specific purposes, and that's almost 2 million, 1.9 million. So total contributions and transfers for the 24-25 year are $12 million. So the revenue sources available for the unrestricted side of the budget is 64.5 million. You can see that we're planning expenditures of 64, just a little over 64 million. So we'll have a net increase of 467,188. We are planning to send some additional dollars to Fund 40 for ongoing facility improvement projects that we have that the board is well aware of, and we're monitoring that very closely for board authorized approval that we had from several years ago for those projects. And so the net increase or decrease when we send that money to facilities is a net of a negative 508,000, so our fund balance will go down by that amount. But we're doing that on purpose. We are not what we call a structural deficit. We're actually pulling that from savings, basically our fund balance savings. All right. Going to the next slide, and this is we're required to show how we use our fund balance. And so you can see here on line 21 the components of ending fund balance, and for both of those years those are detailed out there. This is a history of our fund balance with the board required reserve and how we are maintaining a very healthy board required reserve. So the board has board policy that the state requires us to maintain 3%. The board has board policy that requires 5%. And then we have another, what we call a basic aid reserve, because of the way that our funds come into the district. And so the total, so we have, we're projecting for 24-25 that we'll have $21.7 million on the unrestricted side. Combined, it will be $24.3 million. And the total board required reserve is $19.2 million. And so that's a difference of 2.5. And so once again, we detail out how those reserves would be allocated. So we and so that's listed there as well. All right, this is a picture. This is a chart of our main operating expenditures. And so we have salaries, benefits, books and supplies, services and other operating expenses, other outgo for total expenditures, and then at the bottom of that we have total transfers. And so on the blue, that's our unrestricted accounts for estimated actuals, and in column F, showing that comparison to what it would be in the budget for 24-25. And so you can see that salaries and benefits make up 84.66% of our unrestricted accounts. In the yellow, the same sort of information is there. I also provided a column for 22-23 actuals just for a comparison. And on the estimated actuals for restricted, you can see that's $19.2 million. And then the budget for 24-25 with the same broad categories of expenditures, we can see that we have $17.7 million there. This slide is those two, the blues and the yellows, unrestricted and restricted combined, makes green. Yellow and blue make green. And so the combined budget, once again with those total salaries and benefits, you can see the combined budget, we have 82.45% of our budget that goes to salaries and benefits. And then how it's broken out for the 24-25 on the other expense categories. And then I've also provided that in a graphical format. This is contributions and transfers from the unrestricted general fund, so just unrestricted dollars here, and I also provided the 22-23 actuals, estimated for 23-24, and then the budget for 24-25, and provided a difference between estimated actuals and 24-25. And so our contribution to child development continues to increase, and that's mainly due to salaries and benefits. This is a slide that you've seen before at our budget study session that we had a couple of months ago, and so this is some accounts from grants that we have and grants that will be expiring, and so we'll have to move these expenses for 24-25 in the approximate amount of $1.2 million were moved into the general fund, and so that is reflected in the budget. In 25-26 will be, it will move to almost 1.2, and then by 26-27, all of that grant funding will be fully expended, and we'll have to move 1.2 million. Multi-year projections. So we build the budget on a set of assumptions, and so all of the assumptions are listed here, and this drives how the budget is built. And so here on this slide, we can see that the statutory benefits for certificated, we have the current year of estimated actuals, operating budget, and then the 2 out years. The state requires us to do a multi-year projection for the current year budget and 2 more years. And so you can see how that's changing. On the certificated side, the statutory benefits for 24-25 are 22.24%. And the statutory benefits for classified are 36.39%. And then we have additional factors that we look at. We did not anticipate, we do anticipate a health insurance cap, but we do have a cap. And so any increases to health insurance are not built into the budget at this point in time. And so that will change as more information becomes available. We pay approximately 85% of health insurance, and right now that is a cap, so that's our assumption. We have vacancies budgeted but not filled, and so those are budgeted. In the current year, 23-24, those were actually savings that were projected. Property tax, we, as you know, we're almost primarily funded on property tax. Almost 97% of our revenue comes in from local property tax. And so we are projecting for 24, 25 a 5% increase, and then the 2 years out a 4% on each of those subsequent years. And that is based on just a tremendous amount of historical data and conversations with the assessor's office. All right, we basically put a 1% cost of increase on all of those other kind of object codes that we look at. The budget is also very student driven, and so we do also, and the LCAP requires us, the budget also requires the LCFF formula, requires us to estimate out what we think our enrollment and ADA will be. So this is the, one more. This is the multi-year projection, and so I have the 22-23. The first slide you see there is for the unrestricted funds only. So 22-23 actuals, it will never change. 23-24 is estimated. You will see the actuals for that in September. And then you have the 24-25 budget, 25-26, and 26-27 multi-year projection. So if you just take your eyes really quick down to the net increase or decrease in fund balance, and I have it highlighted there in yellow, green, and then yellow again, you can see that the net increase going across in 23-24 is that we're showing a net increase of 582,000 before we transfer funds to facilities, and then right below that you'll see that 970,000. And then in the 24-25 budget, you can see that we'll have a deficit of 508,000. But when we adjust that for facilities, it's actually an increase of 467,000. Going forward to 25-26, the picture starts to get a little bit better. We're showing an increase in revenue, but we have not negotiated those years, and so there's no increase in salaries and benefits. And so the picture gets a little bit much better as we go forward into those multiple years. And so what this shows you is that we are fiscally sound. This is the multi-year projection for the restricted side, and so you see the same sort of information there. And what we do for on the restricted side is we always make the assumption that by the third year out that all of the grants will be spent. That doesn't typically happen, but it's a nice way to show your multi-year projection. And then in the green, this is the two combined in the multi-year projection combined. So we have fiscal impacts and challenges, as you're well aware. You've heard me talk about these before, so I'm not going to read any of them to you. But even though we are fiscally sound and we're fiscally strong, we still cannot afford everything. And so we still have to prioritize and have conversations on how do we best support our students. Celebrations, we are so fortunate to work for Carmel Unified School District under the leadership of Sharon Ofick. She is an educational leader, and I'm very, very pleased that we've got somebody of her caliber leading the district. So I think that's a celebration that's not on here. We have competitive salaries and benefits. We have really great teachers and really wonderful staff. It is more than just the teachers, as you heard earlier from our labor representatives. And so it does take a whole village to educate children, and we're all doing our part with that. So the basic reporting cycle I put here for you just as a reminder. And so right now we are at the budget development stage, and then you'll have the budget will be updated based on the governor. So we build a budget when there really is not a state budget that's approved yet, but it will be approved by July 1st. And then we're required to give you another update in August based on that, if there's any major changes, which I'm not expecting from the May revise to the August that there will be major changes that will affect us directly. And with that, I want to thank Diana Gonzalez and all of the fiscal services team. They all work together with a large amount of dedication all year long to make sure that we can present this information to you and that it is wrapped around the educational goals of the district.
Thank you, Yvonne. The board received no request for public comment, so now we will open up to board comments and questions, starting with Carl and working our way back this way. No questions for you, Carl? Turn on your mic.
I'm pretty familiar with what we've seen tonight.
Thank you. I appreciated the budget overview at our retreat. It makes it so much easier to see this. I just wanted to throw it out there about the montage with health insurance. I heard through my sources at the state level that the state is very concerned, particularly about this school district and the amount of money that they're paying out to Montage, and that they are having somebody that is looking into it. So just to let the Ethernet know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a couple questions. I know there was a lot of concern about being able to maintain the student wellness centers. How is that looking? Because I know the grants dried up, and we're
Right.
really trying to keep them going.
Right. As you can see in the multi-year projection that I showed, that we are moving all of those services into the general fund. Eventually, they will hit the general fund, and we can continue to support those programs.
That's great. And then I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this or not, but I heard through the grapevine that you received a Golden Pathways grant. Was that included in the? I know it was for a good chunk of change, and
Right.
I think that's a big celebration as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that was a wonderful grant to receive, and it is not in the current budget. And so once we have an award, then we move that into the budget.
Great.
We can't do that until the county posts our budget, but then we'll create that budget for that grant.
Well, congratulations on that too.
Yeah, Yvonne Glenn was a big part of that, and Sharon Ofick.
I don't have any questions, Yvonne, but thank you so much for all your hard work and putting this together with you and your team. Thank you so much, Diana. You always put the information together so well, so it's easy to understand and it's in digestible chunks. So thank you very much, and thank you for a great presentation as usual. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Yvonne and your crew. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you.
On behalf of the Board of Education, I will now close this hearing. This was an information item only, and so no action is required. Moving on to agenda item 5C, ratification of side letter agreement between CUSD and CSEA, Chapter 190, regarding Captain Cooper with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
So this is once again another opportunity for us to work with our labor partners. As you know, the road was closed for a little bit of time, and it is now back open in a different format. And our partner, CSEA, was able to work with us and supporting our employees and the challenge of time sitting in convoys. And so this side letter agreement was similar to the one that I brought to you previously with regards to ACT. And this is really a reflection of the information that we work together. Even though that time has passed, it is important for us to go ahead and ratify this agreement because it does create a historical document for the work that we did together with our partner.
The board received no requests for public comment, so we will now move on to board questions and comments, starting with Carl and working our way this way. It looks like we have no comments. Can I receive a motion to approve the ratification of side letter agreement between CUSD and CSEA, Chapter 190, regarding Captain Cooper?
I'll make a motion to approve the ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and CSEA Chapter 190 regarding Captain Cooper.
And I'll second that.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5D, ratify the tentative agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding Articles 1 and 2 and step advancement with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
So I'm going to go a little reverse in terms of the topics. One of the items, which is the tentative agreement around Articles 1 and 2, is in relation to the addition of individuals to the bargaining unit or positions to the bargaining unit that were not previously a part. And so the contract or the collective bargaining agreement didn't reflect the diversity of the positions within the unit. It reflected the term teachers in most cases. And so what we needed to do is actually to go through those articles to reflect the other positions that were also a part and kind of create a larger concept or a larger group. So as you note there in the item, it moved from teacher to unit member because we have school psychologists, we have speech language pathologists, we have the athletic director. Those are individuals who provide services to students but aren't teachers per se as teachers in the classroom. So that is the first item. The second item is in relation to an article in the contract, Article 2, Salary and Wages, which talks about individuals moving from one step on the salary schedule to the next from year to year. The prior language that we had was very vague and open to interpretation. So our time was spent actually trying to collectively work together to create language that was clear, operable, and also had examples that we could share with individuals of how that work would happen from one year to the next, so that when we sit down with employees, that those employees can understand the moving parts to that and whether or not that is an impact to them if they need to take a leave for a medical reason, if they need to take a leave for a personal reason, if something comes up that wasn't expected, all of those kinds of factors that happen. This language now allows us to very clearly communicate with our employees and to be able to support them. So that is the tentative agreements with regards to step advancement and Articles 1 and 2.
Thank you, Craig. The board did not receive any requests for public comment, so now we will open it up with the board. Anybody who has any questions or comments?
No comment.
Since nobody has any comments, can I receive a motion to approve the ratification of the tentative agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding Articles 1 and 2 and step advancement?
I'll make a motion to approve the ratification of the tentative agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding Articles 1 and 2 and step advancement.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5E, emergency action authorization reconstruction of school facilities with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Okay, this is a continuation of the emergency action to replace the portable at Apple Pie Preschool. The building showed up last week and is assembled. The architect has a draft site plan or floor plan that we're reviewing, and we'll hope to get the contractor on site installing the restrooms here shortly to be ready for the start of school. So recommendation this time is to continue the emergency action.
Thank you, Dan. The board did not receive any requests for public comment, so we can open up to the board if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to see that building at the Cooper graduation and went inside big. And, you know, the way new portables are being done, it's pretty impressive. Is it the same location as the other one?
Same location, same size, it just looks bigger because we haven't installed the restrooms yet.
That's why it looks bigger, yeah.
And it also looks bigger because the tree that was in front of it
Isn't
that was
there.
blocking it
Yeah.
has fallen down.
If there's no other questions or comments, can I receive a motion to approve the continuance of the emergency action authorization?
I'll make a motion to approve the continuance of the emergency action authorization.
I'll second that.
Period.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Did we receive? Yep. Okay. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdictions that are not on the agenda at this time. And we'll start with number 1, Fran Dillard.
It appears that you're beginning to shape a public message that you need a $190 million bond fund for aging facilities. And yet we don't see the homework underneath that. We don't see the transparency. We don't see the rigor. We don't see an energy or directive to update the facility plans. We don't see discussion of what is a post-COVID environment and the needs of the community's directive back to the children and their education. So interesting for the budget update, but a lot of stuff seems to be hidden. We talk about a facilities line, but I have tried several times to get an update on the total projected cost for the stadium improvement lights. I heard the lights themselves are $1 million. You approved $2 million last board month, which is a 100% increase. You had just a chump change today of another additional $100K on the agenda, and yet you're only 1/3 of the way through the contract in scope and requirements. So is this the $10 million improvement plan of why you need the bond fund? You pulled the agenda item for the DWK legal fees for discussion today. But the public would like to have a cost breakdown on what those legal fees and what has been spent to date on lawsuits versus the priority of business as usual. On the agenda today, which I didn't put in for a comment, was a scope of work for the superintendent's evaluation. Given the fact that the board voted you in and there wasn't a true hiring process or clarity or transparency in that, the contract lacked actual details of how are we going to assess the deliverables that Sharon had, what is her performance level. So just very glossed over. I would like to have a commitment that the bond survey results will definitely be shared on the June upcoming meeting, but also with the transparency of what was the recruitment criteria, which I have asked for several times and have not received one response from you. So I guess with all these questions, you can't answer any of them because you all have not identified an effective way to engage with the community. It continues to be a one-way discussion. I get no responses to my emails. We get no responses to our questions that are put up here. And when topics are asked to be put on the agenda item, that was also ignored. So those are my comments.
Thank you for your comments. The next item is informal report from our superintendent, and she does not have one tonight. Board operations, routine status updates regarding campus activity, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the Board of Education. We'll start with Carl and work our way this way.
Start. You want me to start? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. I have a couple of items. Been going to Kashawa regular basis, tutoring at CHS, getting them ready for finals. I had Zoom with the evaluator for Sharon. Big Sur art classes. I spent the entire day down in Big Sur. Went through the whole entire grade levels except for kindergarten. I didn't get there in time to be able to do that. Had an absolutely wonderful time. It was so nice to be able to really engage with the kids and just do something completely different from math, which I usually is how I engage with the kids. And we were making leapfrogs and coloring them and making fish, and it was so much fun. I have a good time with that. I made it to the Tular graduation. Wonderful. Sorry to Cooper and to Carmel Middle School. The Tular graduation sent my allergies absolutely off the wall, and I couldn't make it the next day. But I came back with gangbusters for Carmel Valley High School and CHS graduation. I will tell you that the graduations that I missed, I wrapped on the souls of the parents, grandparents, and kids that attended, and I heard how wonderful it was. I saw pictures, and they were all saying, we wanted you to be there. And I said, I'm so sorry. But I had a grand time going to the graduations that I did, and thank you very much, everybody who worked so hard to get those kids across the stage. It's such a group effort to be able to do that, and I appreciate everybody for doing that, so thank you. I would like to put in a plug for the public comment to go back to the front of the agenda. I think that I've had quite a few people coming up and asking me, so I just am going to put in a plug for that. They would like to also hear from us as to why we moved it. They just seem to be wanting to know all of that, and I said we never had a discussion in public about it, so they were asking about that. So that would be one agenda item that I would like to put on there. The other one I'd like to talk about being proactive. We're being reactive on the back end when we're dealing with DWK and all the attorneys and everything else. And I think that maybe we should enter into a discussion as a board about being proactive and having our staff really understand what Title IX, have a Title IX in-house again, so we're not having, coming back a couple of years later and having our Title IX cases coming back and biting us in the behind. I think CANRA laws, I think you can always update on CANRA, which is Child Abuse, Neglect, and Rights Act. And it's what every teacher is mandated to, is mandated reporter. I'm still a mandated reporter. And to know what you should be looking for, yada, yada. I think those are always things, and it's always good to be proactive. So that's my word for today, is proactive. Thank you.
I'll go back and keep it short. Actually, Fran, you say no responses. I sent you a detailed email, my dear, 2 weeks ago that answered a lot of questions that you had. Isn't that correct? And you responded in kind, very politely, agreed with me on some things and not others. So it's a little hard for me to sit here and say, I have a point. I appreciate that. Number two is I appreciated all the graduations, and they were a lot of fun. Honestly, that's the best time of the year. It really is. And the one that probably moved me the most was Valley High, because that's where those kids got a chance to really be recognized by a very large group. And boy, the talent that those kids have is remarkable. So I'm not going to waste a lot more time here. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise, I was at quite a few graduations and promotions. I agree with Carl that Carmel Valley High was just very special. I want to give a shout out to the staff and Tom Perry for directing that very special campus. And I just, I wrote an email after the graduation to Tom and just said, I appreciate that we, as a district, support a wide range of students. I just think that's so important, to meet the student where they're at and not expect all students to fit into a normal structure like Carmel High School. So very sweet ceremony. And I always appreciate attending those. And I also went to Carmel High School, Carmel Middle School, and River School. And I'm sorry, I missed Tular and Captain Cooper. And then Sarah and Sharon and I actually went out to the Kashawa Community Center. That was a couple weeks ago, I guess, to go over the upcoming elections and how that process works. And then Sharon was able to go into quite a bit of detail about LCAP and get some responses and questions. We had actually a pretty good turnout, and I appreciated the opportunity to be there to help answer people's questions about what it's like to be a board member. And both Sarah and I put our names up to say, if you have any additional questions, we're happy to answer them. And just for clarification, Sarah and I went because I'm not running and Sarah is not up for election for another 2 years. So we thought that was appropriate to do that. And I guess that's it.
Well, I'll keep mine short. So I was at all the graduations except for Tular. Was a heartbreaker. I'm so sorry. They were all incredibly special and moving. As Carl and Seabury both mentioned, all the graduations at all the sites are very special and unique, and they all have sort of their own style, and all the administrators really put a lot of time and effort into them with their staff. So as Seabury mentioned, thank you to everybody who's involved in those graduations. It is definitely something that takes a lot of time and energy and effort. I also would like to thank Tom Perry for what he does every year at his graduations, which are things I think that are a little bit more unique than others, where he honors every single student individually. And I know he has the luxury to do that because it is a small group of students, but whether it's 5 or 15, this year was a larger group, he really takes the time to speak about the challenges and the successes his students have overcome. So thank you to everybody involved in all the graduations. And thank you, Sharon, for the opportunity to go out to Kashawa as well. And I wish everybody a good start to the summer. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I will echo all your sentiments about how great the graduations were to watch and all the community involvement and love that they showed everybody. We got to go down to Captain Cooper and see them announce Lisa Tacconi's retirement and all the love the kids gave her. They were giving hugs. She was crying, and they came up with a great gift. And she was super gracious and grateful for it, and that was fun to watch. I was really touched at Carmel Valley High and our community partners, the Carmel Valley Rotary and the Kiwanis, and the awards they handed out and the money that they gave in scholarships. And I overheard a conversation about a student who's going for a trade certification, and this money seemed to be about in the like 45% to covering that. So I thought that was really neat, and that may just be a great start. It's not a huge amount of money, but it may be a life-changing amount of money. And since I mentioned them, I want to recognize the Carmel by the Sea Rotary, who gives out, I think it's $60,000 or $70,000 in total to the students of this district for all kinds of different scholarships and awards. And it just shows how much community backing we have for these kids to give them a great start in the world. With all the speeches that I saw at all the graduations, they all touched me in different ways, and I thought they were all great messages. One stood out in particular to me, and I thought it was a great message to students and even adults moving on to different parts of their career, and I want to share it. This is the very end of Mr. Peterson's speech from his Tular promotion. He went on to say, "Very few people go on to actually change the world, but every one of you can make a world of difference for someone else around you. So I want to encourage you, notice the people and things around you. Know you can make a difference. Keep trying to do what is right and become better people. Keep learning, keep working hard, and keep making the day better for someone else. Because if you do, you will have a wonderful time in middle school," and I'd like to add life in general. And he goes on, "Beyond, your small acts will make a big difference, and when people tell your story, it will have a great life lesson." And I think that's something we can all recognize as totally true, and it's really profound to give that gift to 12-year-olds or whatever they are when they leave you. So thank you for that. And that's the end of my report. We'll move on to closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on the items. A, student discipline or other confidential student matters, case number 23.24.01, expulsion case. Note, correction made to reflect the removal of stipulated agreement from original posting. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, Monterey County Superior Court cases. Case number 23CV003167, Davy Christine versus Carmel Unified School District. Case number 23CV003225, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Case number 23CV003505, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Case number 23CV004013, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Item C, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Item D, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, employee organizations, CSEA, and non-represented groups. The board did not receive any requests for public comments for this item, so the board will now adjourn into closed session. Thank you all. Good evening. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. Item 9A. By unanimous vote, the board took action to approve the suspended enforcement expulsion of student number 23.24.01 for 1 calendar year as of today, June 12th, 2024. Item 9B. The board met with legal counsel to receive updates and provide direction on the cases referenced on the agenda. Item 9C. The board took action pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21B by unanimous vote to not re-elect a certificated employee effective at the end of the 2023-2024 school year. Item 9D, the board received an update from district staff. No other action was taken. This meeting is adjourned at 9:45 p.m. Thank you.